Hello, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting, and I'm just gonna hook up with Kevin in the group chat right now so we can get things going. Hi, was the RPG being too boring?
It was filled with dead air because as I have to be lenient to those who have probably never played this 4-year-old game.
So, enough dead air to rival Tonka Saw?
Maybe. It's always surprising when you're here before Fran. But then again, he's probably watching Geekdom's watch party of Dr. Slump.
Oh, yeah. What's that moron up to these days? Geekdom.
I have no idea. Well, besides actually trying to be a bit more positive, I'm not too sure.
Guy has me blocked on Twitter. I can't really fathom why, because I've never really interacted with him. The only thing I know is that he's a bit of an idiot who thinks his own opinions are fact and claims to have inside sources at Toei that there's totally going to be another season of Dragon Ball Super coming, guys.
Yeah, no, there's probably not. Sorry to those Geekdom fans who are probably watching, but yeah, we probably aren't going to get another season of Super just because we got 2 bits of Digimon on that Toei is currently working on, and I'm not sure, and they're still working on One Piece, so I'm not sure if they're going to be too keen on taking on another season of Super, especially after our Super Broly.
They could really make some movies out of that Galactic Prisoner arc. That'd be alright, but...
Yeah, that would be perfectly fine, and, you know, that would show that Toei can make some good stuff if they put their minds to it. And I'm honestly looking forward to how Last Evolution Kizuna is going to look in October. I already have that Blu-ray pre-ordered, and I'm hoping to see it once again. I'm hoping to see it. Because I haven't seen it before, because it was going to premiere in the United States, but Corona-chan had to ruin that.
Yeah. So, speaking of anime, have you been watching any new ones lately?
Not really. Lately, me and my mom have been watching Batman Beyond. We're almost done with the series, and we're going to move on to Static Shock after that.
Oh, good. Yeah, I've been watching The Misfit of Demon King Academy, I think is what it's called. It's a pretty cool show.
Yeah, you'll have to link that to me at some point.
Yeah, basically, as best I can tell, it's kind of a parody of overpowered shonen tropes, where this...
Oh, goodness gracious.
But the thing is, it's actually, legitimately really cool in what it does.
Oh, you mean like One Punch Man?
Yeah. It's like One Punch Man, except it, starts out completely seriously, but it plays everything deadpan.
And I think recently, I have continued reading a bit more into Ava's manga, and oh boy, things get very, very trippy later.
Yeah, slightly less trippy than it does in the anime, but still trippy.
Oh, I debate even more trippy than in the anime. I would debate that.
Ah, shit.
So far, let's talk about, first... Honestly, I feel like part of writing Damien's whole reason you suck speech to Talia was I was getting into the moment when writing it, but then I'm like, oh god, this sounds very heavy-handed.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Kevin's been rewriting the movie Justice League Dark Apocalypse War in DMs. And you may one day see the final version of that in, text form, but I'm not sure.
I'm going to put it all in a text document, and then eventually just, post it on, and then eventually I would want to get to, doing a, DC fanfic universe. Or where we're just writing out a timeline and whatever always kind of pop up in our heads. And basically it's like at this point, I mean Tim's fighting against this guy who was like, who is that sensei dude from Young Justice? But then I find out his name, the character is literally just Sensei. And I'm like, it's one of those kinds of characters, isn't it? Basically, the reason why that guy was kind of a big deal in my head was just like, he's this guy without any powers, yet he was easily able to incapacitate a Geoforce Forager and Halo, in Young Justice. Though Halo's case, she ended up getting killed, but then she resurrected herself.
Ah, that makes perfect sense.
Because she actually has various powers that are color-coded for your convenience. And one of those powers is the ability to resurrect oneself. It eventually gets to she's basically a mother box possessing a human body. A human body that has long since died.
Watashi wa shinderu.
Nani? Young Justice Season 3 gets a little strange. And it gets to a point where Beast Boy ends up leading the Outsiders.
My fucking god. Trying to get Aiden to vault over a car, and he wouldn't. We're on a time schedule here, buddy.
And you know, it's
take the fucking wheel.
It's like if you think that I was a little too heavy-handed, and just let me know, and I might just want to make some adjustments later. Because, as you've told me, yes, as I do the kind of thing, maybe I should have had a bit more of impact for Damien getting the bat suit. And at the very least, I've actually attempted to justify why Dick nor Tim takes the bat suit.
Yeah. What I was thinking in terms of that was like, somebody could maybe say the Batman's dead, and Damien stomps on him and says, "Long live the Bat." Or,
what the fuck?
Or maybe, "You're not Batman, who are you?" And then have him give "I am vengeance, I am the night, I am Batman."
Yeah, I didn't really think on doing too much like Bruce, because I wanted it
just give him something like that was all I was thinking, and not a specific copy paste from Bruce's style, but you know, something. I
wanted to just basically kind of give Damien his own identity in regards to wearing the cowl, because the problem with a lot of these, you know, succeeds the cowl kind of thing is that everybody just turns into Bruce. Yeah,
that's not a good thing, writers.
No, it isn't. That's kind of why I wanted Damien to just kind of like stick out, just like be a bit more different from Bruce by basically doing his own thing, and that's why he kind of just was like, I'm gonna go dismantle the League of Assassins.
Oh, good. The last one's a fucking motorcycle.
Though it's like when he goes to do that, as he's going to do that, and essentially Tim and the Outsiders are fighting against a large group of assassins, and yes, I decided to include Nissa on this whole shindig.
Yes, what was that? Oliver Queen's future wife? If you've ever seen the show Arrow?
Why? Just why? Why is that a thing? Nissa, Nocto, and Oliver Queen?
Yes. I don't think they actually got married, but no, they didn't actually get married, because I think it was like Nissa was having a big old les out with Sarah, and Oliver was doing it to fuck with Roz, but the really stupid thing
at this point, I feel like I should just pronounce Ra's al Ghul as Mr. Al Ghul. Because as the Christopher Nolan films refer to him as Roz, as the animated series and other continuity, he's addressed him as Ra's.
And the Arrowverse uses the two of them interchangeably.
Which is dumb. And I'm gonna be honest, it's like, I would kill for some consistency, guys.
Yeah, so would I. But, you know, the Arrowverse kinda shat the bed after that first season, so...
Kind of a pity. It looks neat.
It was a really cool idea, and then they fucked it up. Like they did with everything else.
During the Injustice Battle Arena thing that was going on to promote the game, so the characters that were pitted against each other consisted of, like, we had Batman versus Bane, and I forget who Wonder Woman fought again, and so Flash fought against Shazam, Joker fought against Lex Luthor, or Cyborg against Aquaman, Green Lantern against Solomon Grundy, a Superman against Sinestro, and Shayera versus Green Arrow. And remember, these fights were dictated by fan reception. So, essentially, Batman beat Bane, Wonder Woman won... Oh wait, Wonder Woman was fighting Harley Quinn, so Wonder Woman won her fight.
Why?
I don't know what they were thinking.
For fuck's sake, I don't have superpowers and I could beat Harley Quinn. She's a fucking... She's a waif in a clown costume. She might as well...
The only claim to fame that she has is the fact that she's kind of athletic.
Yeah, but she's a nerd. She's a fucking psych student, isn't she? Like,
yes.
Psychologist?
Yes, she is. Hence why she became Dr. Harleen Quinzel.
Okay, yeah, so... Why her and Wonder Woman?
I don't know what NetherRealm was thinking. Anyway, Flash beat Shazam, and Joker beat Lex Luthor. Or, Aquaman beat Cyborg, Green Lantern beat Solomon Grundy, Superman beat Sinestro, and Green Arrow somehow beat Shayera.
Huh.
And then we get to round 2, where it was Batman versus Wonder Woman, Flash versus the Joker, or Aquaman versus Green Lantern, and Superman versus Green Arrow.
Again, why? Except more whys this time, because there are more matchups that don't make any sense.
Well, I just felt like they were just randomly pairing up these characters just to kind of show off some of them.
Well, yeah.
Show off. Oliver ended up fighting against Superman in his Arrowverse outfit with Stephen Amell voice clips. Someone posted in the comments for that battle, basically, he tells Superman that he failed the city, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Superman's super move, which knocks him into the sky.
And by all rights, should have immediately killed him.
Yes. But since we're familiar with how Injustice's backwards logic works with the happy pills, I'll keep in mind that essentially their fight Essentially, all Oliver got was basically a slap on the wrist after getting enhanced by those pills. And, let me think. So Batman was able to beat Wonder Woman in that fight. Because remember, this is fan and reception, so they dictate how the fight goes. Fans voted for Batman, so Batman won. Flash beat Joker because, seriously, Joker beating the fastest man alive? Come on. Or, I'm sorry, the stupidest man alive. We should be more accurate.
Screw your lecturing. You were always on my case. That gym is really
Alex?
expensive.
Yeah, I hear you.
Other things to spend my money on, you know?
Okay.
And
Don't be so defensive.
Green Lantern beat Aquaman. And then we get to round 3 where it was Batman versus the Flash, or rather, semifinals. Batman versus Flash and Green Lantern versus Superman. Guess who won both of those fights, respectively?
Batman and Superman.
Yep.
Even though that... Well, I mean, I guess Batman could... Batman, it makes a bit more sense because he's Batman, but... And, you know, he's crazy prepared and all that stuff. But,
Batman would see Ultra Instinct Goku and try to prepare for that. By gathering up all the Infinity Stones in the Cosmic Cube.
Get some manners.
Hey, that's not unrealistic.
No, I can totally see him doing that.
But then again, Batman is the guy who has the balls to punch Darkseid in the face while wearing Apocalyptian armor. That actually happened in the Batman-Superman comic, where he confronted Darkseid after, or supposedly activating the Hellspores.
And I'm doing a lot of rooftop running for a fucking nerd.
Rooftop run? Are we sure we're not talking about the Sonic Unleashed level?
Roding around at the speed of sound.
I'm talking Spagonia.
I know. And now I'm just picturing a truck chasing me around these rooftops.
No. I think the level you're thinking of is City Escape.
Yes, I know. Oh, but that's one of the... How am I no closer to getting to the CTOS tower now than I was earlier? What the fuck? Do I need to go down that way, or... Hang on. So I've got that. Just need to figure out a way of approach.
So, essentially... So it's like, I've got a big fight scene planned in between Damien and Talia, and Nissa's going to essentially be like, I would help him, but this is kind of his thing to resolve. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
And basically, she's been getting intel from Lady Shiva about what's been going on with Raish since Shiva has been deeply concerned about Talia, but Talia, let's say, has been growing very paranoid about her subjects. And essentially, it feels like one of Raish's most loyal has decided to go traitor, and Shiva's like, okay, but you chose this for yourself. Like, forget getting help from me anymore.
You're there from that building. So how do I get to that building?
Truck,
There we go.
dumpster to refrigerator. Truck to refrigerators to dumpster 360 back.
There we go.
You flip around on the. I'm trying to remember that bit from The Office. You know, the one where the idiots are parkouring.
Oh, I didn't even need to do all that complicated bullshit. I could just come here.
And yeah, it's like after the whole League of Assassins thing, I plan on having Damien just kind of go back to the Hall of Justice with the others, and you know, reuniting with Nick and whatnot.
Apparently, these guys don't care that I'm hopping around their rooftop.
They're not paying attention. They're busy doing whatever it is they're doing.
Yoga, I believe.
Is that what people that are in shape call it? Because I certainly am not in shape. I am a morbidly obese man.
Round is still a shape.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm healthy.
Now, how do I get out of here? That's the good question. And do I have to crawl back over the rooftops, or can I just find a... You know what would be great is if there was just a...
You know, we could theoretically summon the all-powerful Exodia.
Oh, you'll summon Exodia for anything. I can't get...
Of course.
There we go.
Oh, come on, War Greymon. Oh, come on, Metal Greymon. Just a few bits of HP, for Christ's sake. I'm not asking for much. Oh. Okay, so where Garurumon has finally gotten in some defense up, so now I can bring him back.
I think he has it's a gun.
Okay, Kurumon, you are going...
Ethan, you have... Or... Fuck, I can't remember my protagonist's name here. Whatever his name is, he has terrible trigger discipline.
I don't doubt that for a millisecond. Thoughts on XFL, guys?
Well, it's interesting to see that The Rock has acquired the XFL, because he, I think he started out in football and then went to professional wrestling, and now he's coming back to football. Finally, The Rock has returned to professional football!
And I'm just like, okay, and how is that... How does that... And what does that have to do with anything? I would say to those people. Oh dear. Okay, so we're already to the objective. You got a radio voice, Alex.
Thank you.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Be there or be square. Oh goody, faint signal from one of the Royal Knights. I wonder who that could be. Is it that green-haired bimbo?
Hold it right there. I have something for you. Get out of here!
Oh, she's not being manipulated by the Royal Knights, per se. No.
Squad, we got a
Oh, come on, I stopped the crime. I stopped the crime and somebody still called the police on me. It wasn't even my gunshot. I'm gonna have to run from the fucking cops for this now. My gun didn't fire any bullets. I mean, it has before, but it's not really relevant to this situation.
We will shoot you.
Why? I did nothing wrong.
Can I tell you an interesting story?
Sure, go ahead.
So, there was once two Royal Knights that appeared in Digimon Frontier by the names of Dynasmon and Lord Nightmon, at least in the Japanese version. Lord Nightmon is a dude in the Japanese version, at least given by his male voice actor, but his somewhat feminine in mannerisms.
Kind of like Frieza.
In the English dub, Lord Nightmon has been renamed to Crusadermon and is turned into a gal.
That's kind of strange.
They fixed that in Digimon Saber's English dub, but calling Lord Nightmon Lode Nightmon. But then, in this game, this lady is possessed by Lord Nightmon or Crusadermon. And not only he has the Japanese voice of a woman, but has the mannerisms of a woman.
Huh.
So I'm just like, Japan, you're not going to help us understand that this character is supposed to be male. Oh, are you? It's a case of viewer gender confusion.
Kind of like when they got the, let's see here. Did you ever watch the live-action Death Note movies?
Do I look like I go out of my way to watch crap?
The Japanese ones.
Oh, no.
I did say movies, not movie.
Yeah, I figured, because Japan probably wanted to make this into a franchise.
Yeah, they made 3 of them in 2005, 2006, and 2008, and then they made a 4th one a couple years back. But, the thing about the... You want to try out some Texas Hold'em? Closer to the Texas Hold'em than I am to the crime. I might as well. I'll do that.
Anyway, as you were saying.
So yeah, the thing about you remember Rem from the not Rem from ReZero, but Rem from the
Is that the blonde chick who essentially it was also manipulated by a Shinigami?
No, Rem is the Shinigami.
Oh, the female one that gives that chick the powers?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
let me guess. They gave it the voice of a man?
Okay, worse. They gave her the voice of a drag queen named Peter.
Why?
I don't know. But,
You know, this isn't like Ed Asner as Granny Goodness in the DC animated universe and Superman Batman Apocalypse, where I can kind of accept that she's not, human, and at least in the traditional sense. So physiology probably works very differently for her than it does for normal people. But this is just bad.
yeah, here's the thing. He wasn't even trying to sound feminine. He has this really deep masculine voice, I think.
Neither was Ed Asner as Granny Goodness.
Hey!
Well, yeah, but I don't know. This is... I don't know how to describe this. Need $100,000 to play Texas Hold'em? Fuck you.
That is stupid.
Fuck you.
Hello, Crusadermon. That is Crusadermon, as you can see.
That pot's a little light. Alright.
I want you to just take in this the appearance of this Digimon. Just look at it.
That is an absolute clusterfuck.
I know. That is one of the Royal Knights.
I better check.
She is a virus-type Digimon.
Well, you know what they say about virus-type Digimon.
And the thing is that the point in the story
I don't know if
where
I'm glad or sad that you let that joke die.
What, my joke, or...
No, my joke. About, you know what they say about virus-type Digimon.
What?
Well, probably ought not to get too close to them.
Alright.
Probably ought not to, get too intimate with them.
Yeah, I get it.
Sorry.
Damn it, social distancing. Anyway...
That wasn't even what I was saying, but sure.
Anyway, so Crusadermon in Digimon Frontier, Crusadermon and Dynasmon were two Royal Knights somehow sired by Lucamon on the main villain of that particular season. And I'm just like, okay, these guys seem interesting. Every single episode that they are in, I kid you not, is the exact same bullshit every single time. They show up, the only two people who could do anything are the ones that have the most powerful spirit legendary warrior forms, and nobody else in the party can do anything for some stupid ass reason. Or rather, mostly due to the fact that the requirements for those two Digimon are to give up everybody's spirit. And not just, like, morph into one big Megazord. They don't think to do that till the end of the series. Or at the end of the season. So, every time these two Digimon, Emperor Greymon, or Kaiser Greymon in the Japanese version, and Magna Garurumon get their collective asses kicked by Dynasmon and Crusadermon, and they keep repeating this until the two don't even get defeated by them, until near the end of this series, where the two don't even get killed by them. They get killed by Lucamon. Do you know how much that bogs the pace down?
Probably by quite a bit.
It bogs the pace to the point where I'm just like, this is the worst season in Digimon. And I still haven't seen Young Hunters Who Leapt Through Time or finished Savers. Oh, Examon got eaten by some eaters. See that Digimon in the cutscene? That is a Royal Knight.
Damn, that is big.
I know, and we gotta fight it at some point.
I don't want to rethink.
Move along, hero.
He is a data-type Digimon.
Haven't I chased you through this area before?
Yeah, at the very least, I'm glad I could record past this.
Oh my
this
fucking
point.
god, Aiden. He got caught on the world geometry. What is this, a Naughty Dog game?
Get down. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. And that was a little too funny.
Get down. What?
I sent you the lyrics on...
yeah, I remember. I don't remember the lyrics, but I do remember you sending me
Oh,
them.
and by the way, in case you could probably tell what Donna Troy's final battle against the Paradooms is supposed to be like, tell me, what do you make of Bach's song Air?
Sorry, for a second there I thought you said box song, not box song. The best I can say about that is, Bach. You know what that means, right?
Yep.
Ever try a digital trip?
By the way, that idea kind of came forth from both End of Ava and Justice League, where in this two-parter called Maid of Honor, a variant of the song Air does play when Wonder Woman's fighting against a group of soldiers just to get to the just to get to a princess that she was with at the while. Just get to the Princess of Cosnia.
We got some wild new product.
Okay.
So that she doesn't end up marrying Vandal Savage.
My, the thing is, I could very well have heard that. I just don't remember what it sounds like off the top of my head, so... sorry.
Just kind I could send you the, I send you the scene of Wonder Woman's bit. Basically, it's like Donna gets this huge fight against the Paradooms, and Hippolyta gets into a big fight with Steppenwolf before she ends up getting killed.
Okay, so... Alone, Madness, or Psychedelic?
Which one of those is by Disturbed?
Oh, you're gonna like this.
I don't
came in.
think
oh
any
no,
of them
Cuttlefish
are.
is go. Oh no, I've seen enough hentai to know where that's going.
I'm scared of Cuttlefish.
Yeah, so Cuttlefish just took over Yuko, and now look at the monstrosity that she has been turned into.
I make that reference because I watched Age of Ultron last night.
How was that?
Well, the 4K version isn't as consistently good as the 4K for the Avengers was. It looks like they inconsistently applied the HDR, and the video only looks marginally better than the Blu-ray version, which is kind of to be expected for an upscale of a 2K master, but at the same time, one would think that the colors should pop more. But as for the movie itself, I liked it a hell of a lot more than I did when I first saw it 5 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. It's still not perfect. It's got its issues, but the thing is, almost all those issues have some root in Disney's editing of the film. Namely, they completely fucked up the reveal of the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd placement, but to me that was kind of one small issue in
a massive sea of issues. Yeah,
that was one. Yeah, there was probably quite a few other issues to contend with.
Yeah, and like I said, most of those appear to have been caused by editing, because a lot of the issues that really crop up are resolved by the extended versions of the scenes, or the alternate scenes, or the additional scenes. Except for Danny Elfman's phoned-in score, Brian Tyler not really having a whole lot of clue how to compose an Avengers score, because he only really reprised his Thor theme and his Iron Man theme a couple of times. And there's still some timing issues with some of the jokes, and some of the jokes don't really land, but compared to what the MCU became in, like, Guardians 2 and Thor Ragnarok and Captain Marvel and both of the Iron Boy movies, and also Justice League, and also a bunch of other stuff that's come out since then, because everything needs to have fucking jokes in it, don't you know? Sorry.
I still This is kind of why I end up feeling bad.
Fine product just in.
Because the way you end up feeling about these jokes, that's kind of why I feel bad whenever I end up including a bit of jokey jokes in the stuff that I end up writing.
One of the NPCs is caught up behind this drug dealer.
Like.
Just mostly due to the fact that I'm like, I know he doesn't like these jokes.
Well, it's not so much that I don't like him as much as I don't like it when you put something in that just exists to undermine the tone of the scene, like they did in Guardians of the Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, who, various films, such as basically every single Disney Star Wars movie that isn't Rogue One.
We got some wild new product.
Kind of a shame that's still one of the best of the newer Star Wars movies to come out.
So, Alone, Madness, or Psychedelic?
Psychedelic.
Okay, then.
You're gonna like what I got. Hey,
and
like
the thing is like,
you are in for a hell of a ride.
I'd have to wonder. I find it interesting that you kind of gushed about how Damien would end up like breaking a dude's arm at one point in the writing, and just because you're like, oh, I can imagine what he does here. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of felt. And seeing a visual on like YouTube and whatnot, I'm like, I can actually see that, since this is something Batman does often.
This is not nearly as fun or interesting as the Spider one. This is kind of lame.
And we're supposed to take this game seriously.
Well, this is the side content, so...
Are we sure you're not playing a Yakuza game? Because this feels straight out of Yakuza.
I'm honestly not sure at this point.
I'd have to ask Sunny at some point. I'd say, like, hey, there's this weird bit where the protagonist of Watch Dogs just bounces on a bunch of flowers in a psychedelic drug trip bit. This feels like it's something straight out of Yakuza. Alright, so now we're inside of an eater just so we can rescue Yuko. And speaking of psychedelic, this kind of looks like the inside of a kaleidoscope.
Now, one of the things I've been doing lately is I've been rereading the Pottermore versions of the Harry Potter books. They have a lot of weird typos in them.
Really?
Yeah. I don't really understand how or why. I have American first edition paperbacks of the first first 5, and then I think it's first edition hardbacks of 6 and 7, and they don't have those issues.
And you've kind of, recently, and tomorrow DC is going to release their second in volume of the sequel series to Deceased Dead Planet. And
I thought you were about to say Deceased Dead Pool.
That would be funny. But basically, the remainder of the Justice League, including Jonathan Kent and Damian, and now as Superman and Batman respectively, they basically end up receiving a distress signal from Cyborg's severed head, and they reluctantly go back to Earth. Unfortunately, the zombified Wonder Woman ends up taking out their ship, trapping them on the planet. It ends up infecting Ollie, and Dinah goes in just to straight up kill her. or with the kryptonite magic sword. But then, and Jonathan finds out from Cyborg's severed head that there's a cure for, or the infection, and Dinah doesn't hear it before stabbing through Jonathan to get to Wonder Woman. Whoa! That is literally paraphrasing almost everything that happens in that comic. Do I sound like I'm making any of this up?
If I didn't know you better, I'd think you were making all of it up. Because this is just so ludicrous. This is, like, worse than Marvel Zombies in some ways, I think.
Some people say it's better than Marvel Zombies.
Well, it's probably also better than Marvel Zombies, because it's not hard to be better than Marvel Zombies. But
that's bottom of the barrel at this point. And
yeah.
Like, your Zombies story being better than Marvel Zombies, I'm like, that's a low bar, man. And, since Fran's been watching, like, Japanese version of stuff up through Geekdom's Discord or thing, I kind of told him, what's the fastest I've ever switched from dub to sub up for something, and he's like, what? I just inform him of Cautious Hero with Jamie Markey voicing the goddess in that story.
Oh my god.
That was bad casting. Not even... Because Markey, the voices that Markey does for the most part have been relatively decent casting. The issue with this character is that she's supposed to be somewhat cutesy sounding, like Aqua in Konosuba. Markey can't do cute to save her bacon.
No. Funnily enough, Monica Rial can.
She probably would have been better to cast as the goddess.
Yeah. Monica has played quite a few lollies in her time, we'll say.
And yet people say she has a very strong sounding voice. I'm like, yeah, about as strong as a bitchy schoolgirl.
Yeah.
Well, Colleen Klinkenbeard definitely has a stronger sounding voice. Or, hell, even Stephanie Young has a stronger sounding voice.
Indeed. There's a reason Klinkenbeard was tapped to play Intermocha in the Rosario Plus Vampire series.
There's a reason why she's Momo Yaoyorozu in My Hero Academia. Yaoyorozu is a very strong-willed character, and I'm still not really that big a fan of Aomomo's Japanese voice, and I'm like, oh god, I want to like you, but I just can't. Yeah! Because Klinkenbeard's voice as Yaomomo just kind of clicks, A lot of the dub voices in Hiroaka just really click. Even though a lot of those voices are from people that we don't particularly like.
Yeah. Speaking of people we don't particularly like, I'm having Ronversations of my own today.
Oh god, Ron Toye, being the abusive sociopath that he is,
yes,
is back on Twitter and not getting yeeted off of it.
Yeah, so Martin Beddick, who is currently going by COO of Antifa Inc., and still has
Oh, lovely. That's even better.
Yeah, and he still has his Captain America in front of the Wakandans picture from Infinity War, which is so ironic. He said, he
is a pretend lawyer, after all.
Yeah.
I should take him at his word. I'm like, okay, I'll take you at your word that you're not even a real lawyer, so shoot.
Yeah. Anyways, he said, Vic tried to fuck teens, and I said, who, and be specific. And Dan Roberts replies, he'll probably say the twins, who IRC, he lived with Ronica for a time, and I said, weren't they both like 18 plus at the time? And,
Dan ended up blocking me.
Yeah. Then Ron replies, age according to him, especially a 14-year-old, is fine as long as they are asking for it. And then links a picture of Vic standing in his kitchen wearing a shirt with his characters on it and a baseball cap, which I don't really see the relevance of that, along with a question from Lemoyne, where he...
Jason Lemoyne!
Jason Lemoyne! Wouldn't you agree with me that kissing 14-year-old girls on the face, whether it's consensual or not, is really not appropriate for a 40 or 50-year-old man? Objection form. I would say that a lot depends on context. Okay, what is the context in which a 40 or 50-year-old man kissing a 14-year-old girl is appropriate? And notice that this is about kissing somebody, not, you know.
And then there's this one guy I use who keeps on getting on Zero's ass every second, and just to take advantage of the fact that Zero has him unblocked. And his whole sob story about how Vic supposedly done him dirty was just he got the dreaded one-armed side hug, and supposedly that made him uncomfortable.
Huh.
That's it. That was his sob story.
Okay.
And nothing else. I'm just sitting here like, ay. What just happened? Where did we go?
I'm not sure. And then, somebody replies to me saying, no, different set of teams. This is, Coding Etudes, who is less popular than I am, somehow. No, different set of teams, which is also different from the 14-year-old ones he lured into his hotel room, which, citation needed. I know it's hard to keep track of how many minors he molested or creeped on. Citation needed, motherfucker. So, yeah.
God. We really need people. We need There's a reason why citation is necessary.
These people, they just can't shut up.
No, they can't. They're just making things worse for themselves.
It's like, why can you...
But of course they're gonna get on us for making the excuse that we're trying to silence them. I'm like, the ability to speak does not give you intelligence. Now, go away. To quote Qui-Gon Jinn towards Jar Jar Binks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, the digital world is filled with cuttlefishes.
I get the feeling that Claw wouldn't like it down here.
No, he would not. But then again, didn't he die in Black Panther?
Yes, they got Andy Serkis to play a character who shows up in one movie in a very minor role, and then dies in his next movie appearance. Kind of like they got Frank Grillo to show up in one movie in a very minor role, and then immediately get killed off in his next movie appearance. And then showed up again. He did show up again in the highest grossing movie of all time, but that was a minor role. And then he never showed up again.
Wait, who's Andy Grillo?
Frank Grillo was Crossbones.
Oh, Crossbones. The guy they were looking for in... The guy that was in Civil War. I was in Winter Soldier and then Civil War.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, the strange thing. You know, the weird thing is that
I thought he should have played the Punisher, really.
Whoa! Not a fan of John Bernthal?
No, I like John Bernthal. I just wish Frank Grillo was in more stuff.
Oh, okay. It's more of a case of I wish this actor was in more things.
Yes.
Got it? You know, it's like... It's weird that you love Batman v Superman but hates Captain America Civil War, but I am kind of the inverse.
Yeah. I mean, I find it hard to believe that anybody could love Civil War because it's a plot-hole-ridden mess, but, you know.
Then again, remember, the comic that it's based off of is
one of the worst comics ever made? Yes, I know.
So, the movie is infinitely better in that regard.
Yeah, that's one of the things. It couldn't hardly be... It couldn't hardly be worse than the comic it's based on.
Yeah. So, to be better than the actual comic, that's a low bar to begin with.
Yeah.
I just wanted a really good superhero movie since I was a superhero fighting movie. And I was very disappointed with Batman v Superman. And I'm talking the initial product we got, not the Ultimate Edition, mind you.
Yeah, there are... I will fully admit there are plenty of problems with the theatrical cut.
I still am not a big fan of the whole Lex Luthor giving that lady eat Granny's peach tea.
Come on, I was right on target there.
That is such a dumb moment in that movie. Like, you piss in a jar, call it Granny's peach tea. Then we see Granny's peach tea, and I'm like, did he seriously just pee in a jar?
I don't
labeled
think
it Granny's peach tea just to time the bomb that was hidden by lead and covering.
I don't think he actually peed in the jar, but, you know.
It's Lex Luthor. It's Lex Luthor.
I mean, he might have done it just because he's evil.
Remember who we're talking about here. This is the same narcissistic asshole who made a clone of Supergirl just to get into a relationship because he can't get laid himself.
Which I don't buy that for a second. He's a freaking billionaire playboy. You know, Tony Stark got plenty of action for himself.
Yeah. And there are now people complaining that Donald Trump is getting rid of TikTok, wants to get rid of TikTok.
Fuck you. TikTok is shit.
It kind of is. Like, I'm like, can't you go onto other sites and whatnot and achieve the same level of effect?
Go to YouTube, go to BitChute, go to Flare, go to Dailymotion, and go to fucking Vimeo.
Go to literally any site that isn't in TikTok.
Yeah. You'll have yourself a much better time.
And with more options available for editing software, because YouTube even has its own video editor.
Yeah.
Whoop! I'm sorry, that was a little funny.
Yeah, but you can't make minuscule, tiny content that nobody really wants to see anyways. Low-effort memes and shit.
Then again, it could just be low-effort CinemaSins videos. Where they just do whatever, and then they dragged out the video so that they could achieve even more ad revenue because YouTube's algorithm rewards longer videos.
Fuck the algorithm.
That's kind of what CinemaSins operates on, which is kind of pitiful.
Oh my god. Why did they program Superman 64 into this game?
Okay, now we can get... Okay, good segue. Let's get to talking about that piece of shit game. Okay, so let's go over this from what I know. So, Superman 64, made by Titus Entertainment, which ended up making this game and a GBA game, then going bankrupt a little while later.
Was the GBA one any better?
Or GBC, my bad.
Was the GBC one any better?
I am not sure if I'm a proper judge for that. I've seen footage of it and I'm like, oh dear, this is pretty bad. Yo! And then it's like, so the game just basically is like odd number stages, solve my maze. With a voice clip from Tim Daly going, and then there's no time to waste. Because in Superman the Animated Series, Tim Daly does voice Superman. Yeah! Funny enough, Tim Daly also voices a dad character in the movie My Neighbor Totoro, who, weirdly enough, looks eerily similar to Clark Kent.
Yeah, I think you told me about that before.
Yeah, that was... Yeah. Okay, yeah, I did tell you that. That was something me and my mom found extremely hilarious. Because I'm like, their dad's Superman. And you know... And then there's like the fact that the game was not even 10% done on when it was released, at least according to one of the creators of the game. And this was something that Proton John found out through his interview with the guy in question. Yes, John somehow had connections to actually interview one of the co-creators of Superman 64. Imagine that. Proton John being one of the codifiers for Let's Play. Whoa! So you kind of have
you can find a surprising amount of stuff out just by going on the internet and asking people.
Yep. Whoa. And one of the better things about that Let's Play was mostly just like
cut screams.
Sorry, your stream just kind of like froze. I was there on my end. I had to refresh the video. So anyway, hey, it's like the second stage of Superman in 64 after the ride basically has you go through a dam, and you're basically controlling like poor man's Resident Evil tank controls on the N64's piece of crap app joystick.
Yeah. I played Resident Evil 2 on the N64, and there's a reason why you have a D-pad.
Yep. And also Superman does possess some of his powers, but you have to collect them as like power-ups in the game.
That is incredibly stupid.
Including super speed and freeze breath and heat vision. And also this really dumb power called reprogrammation. It's a French word for reprogramming.
Because it was a European developer, wasn't it?
Canadian.
Okay.
Because Titus was based in Canada. Anyway, so essentially it's like reprogrammation is basically you grab the power up, you go up to some guy, basically say, "Oh, hey, we're allies now." The guy just stands there and tries to help you beat up the enemies, but then you realize, oh wait, you can't leave because you still gotta beat him up. So basically you gotta give him a good old smack on the back. Oh, and also there's another power-up in the game that is pretty stupid as well, which is basically a lure power-up, where essentially you get this like holographic projector that you could use to somehow trick the enemies into shooting a projection of Superman.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to asinine, how stupid is this?
Retarded.
Yeah. So, essentially, and so basically throughout the damn stage, you're supposed to disarm some bombs.
Throughout the whole goddamn stage, you're supposed to disarm those bombs.
Disarm bombs set up by Mala, who is based on Ursa from Superman 2. And even voiced by Ursa in the Superman animated series cartoon.
Huh. Cool.
And also the person Ursa works with, Jack Sir, is based off General Zod, but is voiced by Ron Perlman.
Cool.
Though I'd still say his best role ever has been Deathstroke in the Teen Titans cartoon. Or in the dramatic pause of or in the dramatic, over-the-top dramatic way the Teen Titans Go movie, he referred to him as Slade. You know why that movie was actually funnier than the actual show?
Because it wasn't them trying to fill an ongoing series of bullshit.
Well, that, and also the fact that it was actually written by people who wanted to make a good movie.
I can imagine that would have something to do with it.
Also, it wasn't in a full hour and a half of them basically being like, take that to the critic. It's like literally every Teen Titans Go episode has been. Because that is literally all they've been doing for the majority of their series, just being spiteful towards people who don't like their show.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah. And then the Teen Titans had another movie with Teen Titans Go, where they basically fought each other for a bit, then worked together to go through a myriad of multiverse travel, all while fighting against Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus, to rescue their ravens from the Trigons. And at one point they come across the DC animated movie universe, where the only actor from that universe that reprised their role was Sean Mayer as Nightwing. Any questions?
Sorry, I'm trying to bounce my very serious protagonist off of these flowers here to get the highest score. Oh no.
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that this is the scenario you're going through right now. Whee! Oh.
That was not my fault.
I know. So, anyway, don't forget.
Huh. That might have been my fault. Huh.
And at one point in the movie, like near the end, and Robin basically, Teen Titans Go, Robin tries to sneak his way into the DC animated movie universe by stealing Nightwing's getup.
How did that work out for him?
Starfire immediately pointed out the flaw in his logic, and a naked Nightwing took back his outfit.
Well, that's good, I guess.
I'm flying!
Yes, we know, Aiden.
And of course, the only solace that Teen Titans Go Robin could take from this is the fact that there won't be another movie for like a whole year. Because yes, he is that salty. And I'm like, maybe if your series was better written, you might not be as salty. I've also seen a bit of like Justice League action. Your thoughts on that?
I have not seen it. I have seen some... I've seen like some stills from it. The art style is kind of off-putting.
It's not that bad.
Maybe it doesn't look quite as bad in action. It's just in still, it kind of looks...
Yeah,
like
in
it's
action
made
it
for...
looks better than it does in still.
Yeah, in still it looks like it's made to make the toys cheap.
Yeah, but I don't think the series really like took off, even though they had James Woods as Lex Luthor.
Aww. Looked like I was going to overshoot that, and then I pulled back, and I immediately fell down there. Okay.
And reprising from the DC animated movie universe, Jake T. Austin voices Jaime. Right. You know, it's like, I gotta really wonder, how is it that Marvel can market their stuff a little better than DC at this point in time?
I really don't know. Maybe it's got something to do with how Disney does things versus how Warner Brothers does.
Right.
Because Warner Brothers has never really had much of a clue how to market their stuff correctly.
It's a pity, because some of their stuff is really good.
Some of the properties that they have are really good, but a lot of the stuff that they make doesn't wind up being that good, though. Like, they've got all kinds of great properties that they, frankly, do not use correctly. And that wind up being just flat-out insults to the art of filmmaking and the products and the properties themselves.
I can imagine. And I did enjoy like the Godzilla movies. They ended up being a part. They ended up having.
Yeah, I've watched the first one. That first one was pretty good. I haven't seen Kong Skull Island or Godzilla King of the Monsters. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I've heard it's pretty good.
I'd recommend it because they are both really good movies.
Can't remember if I've got Skull Island or not.
King of the Monsters has been riddled by critics and us middled by poor box office reception.
Yeah.
Because, and I'm like previously on, critics are full of it. And the thing is like, I have to wonder, why is it that critics could never just wait for the movie to come out before or giving out reviews?
Well, part of the thing is that review screenings tend to happen ahead of time.
Of course.
But, you know, that's the fault of the studio. But the thing is, if the studio doesn't actually pre-screen, then that says that they don't have a whole lot of confidence in the movie itself. Or if they have embargoes that, like, wait. I was aiming in the opposite direction. What the fuck?
And the thing is like, I didn't really understand what the critics were on when they were getting what they were getting off of with the Godzilla King of the Monsters movie. It's like they're saying like, oh, the monsters are really good looking, but of course the story and characters are pretty bad. And I'm like, have these people never seen a Godzilla movie in their lives?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you not know how this is supposed to go? Because the human characters are not the things that matter.
No, they are not.
Quite frankly, nobody gives a shit about them.
Except for Bryan Cranston. Because a lot of people cared about him, and also Ken Watanabe, since a lot of people loved him.
I'm just saying, broadly speaking, the human characters are not the most important thing in a Godzilla movie, especially considering Godzilla...
America got that understanding correct with Godzilla 2014 and with Godzilla King of the Monsters, but Japan didn't seem to get the memo, especially with the fact that Shin Godzilla seems to focus too heavily on the human characters that they don't really bother to try and give any real depth to.
So it's the 1999 Godzilla, or 1998, or whatever the fuck it was.
98.
Yeah, it's the 1998 Godzilla movie, this time made by the Japanese.
And then it gets worse by the anime Godzilla trilogy. The anime Godzilla trilogy had basically been like Attack on Titan, but with Godzilla. And even Chris Neosi, the dub actor for the main character of that movie, lampshaded. He's like, I didn't know I was playing Eren Yeager. The only interesting character in those movies ended up being one of the villains, or rather one of the quote-unquote twist villains, Metphis. Who is basically a cultist, who basically along with his other alien cultists were trying to convert the people of Earth to their faith in believing in King Ghidorah. Essentially, since they believe that Ghidorah since they want to please the deity of Ghidorah, who basically consumed their world, even though he's a interdimensional being that can both exist and not exist in the physical plane. And I'm like, that doesn't seem too incomprehensible.
No, of course it's not. Why would it be?
Because, as apparently, in a world where in a universe where aliens have basically helped form an alliance with two sets of aliens came to Earth that helped form an alliance with Earth to try and ensure hope for their respective races. But I'm like, seeing the Bill Saluto, I'm like, what stake do they have in this? Because they just seem to just be there. So basically, Godzilla Planet of the Monster. The criticism directed at Godzilla Planet of the Monster and Godzilla sitting on the edge of battle is basically responded with the same level of subtlety that friggin' Rian Johnson had with The Last Jedi.
None whatsoever.
No, basically, yeah. Basically, the Hiroyuki Seshida basically said like, oh, this movie is too complex for these traditionalists, and the newcomers seem to like it. I'm like, I'm fairly new and I hate your movie.
Yeah.
I hate all three of these movies. Like, I only watched them just out of curiosity to see what Studio Polygon would come up with. But it ended up being, you remember that Aijin Demi-Human anime that came out a while ago on Netflix?
Yeah.
Basically, kind of like that, only it's the same mistakes they made with that anime, and trying to have it be a 2D, trying to have it seem two-dimensional, well, in terms of like how the animation is paced instead of it being a proper 3D anime.
Didn't Montiome figure out how to make that not look like shit like a decade ago?
Yes, he did. And with fast-paced over-the-top fight scenes of women throwing cars at each other.
Yeah.
That's essentially what it amounted to on his TV tropes page. It's like one Asian guy could figure out how this worked well over a decade ago, yet every Japanese studio is like, how does this work? Like it's some mind-blowing thing.
Help, computer.
Hold on a sec, I'm gonna get a brownie.
Make sure you get lots of spaghetti. Did you get lots of spaghetti?
No. I don't even know where that... I didn't even know the cartoon of where that's from.
I think it's from the, what is it? The CDI Mario game, Hotel Mario.
Oh, yeah? You know, I ended up getting around to reading the comic series of where Damien and John just do their thing, Super Sons. And I'm like, I actually kind of like this. Oh, I gotta go to Akihabara. Why? I gotta show you the best NPC.
Damn it.
Is it you? Nope. It's you! This is the best NPC in the game. Wow! Someone save me, Desu! I have no Kenkaku for this situation! Bankai! Date Bayo! Kamehameha!
It's over 9,000!
I wanted to get to this guy's suit eventually. I'm glad it was sooner rather than later. That is such a dumb thing in this game. So like I said, I do apologize. So at the very least, you can so getting back to, Superman 64, so, after another riding stage, where you have to solve my maze, is you end up getting to, after defusing the bombs and punching the crap out of Mala, of course. Which, by the way, Mala being Kryptonian basically means she's about as powerful as you are in the game world, which is...
Not much.
Not much, no. All she could do is basically just punch you. Or alternatively, you could just lead her somewhere and you can have her clip through the floor.
Okay.
Anyway, so the fourth stage ends up being you going through LexCorp, and after a while climbing through that, you end up getting into a fist fight with Brainiac, and basically Brainiac will just walk right into your fist. That is literally the boss fight. You just start punching and he'll just walk right into your fists.
I was pulling back on the stick the entire approach.
I'm surprised no comment from you regarding that lack of a boss fight.
Oh, no, I've actually heard about that before. It's... I don't understand it. I would have just not released the game.
But unfortunately, they were on a crunch time as well.
Insert crunch versus no crunch meme here.
Oh, you mean like Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and then there's my favorite
Overshot there. That was my fault.
Then there's my favorite little irony bit with Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil, they have no plans to release DLC for that game because it's a totally finished game.
They say about the game that's missing more than half the content that was in the original.
And Resident Evil 2 still got plenty of DLC in its remake. So I don't see what the excuse is.
How many more of these trips are there? Jesus Christ.
Must have been smoking that good weed.
Oh, thank God, there's only one more left. Oh, wait, no, there's like 6 more left, but... Okay, that's still better than being like 20.
Up, I finally found Yuko. So, anyway. And then another ride stage later, and you go to... Then you also find from Lex Luthor's desk after Brainiac walked into your fist so many times, he started to realize he had a concussion.
Ah, yes, taking on a opponent several times your power. A cunning strategy. Wait, no. No, not cunning. What's the opposite of that?
Retarded!
That's the one.
Well, don't forget, Brainiac in the actual comics is more powerful than his animated series counterpart.
Yeah, because in the animated series, he was just the Kryptonian supercomputer, right?
Yeah, and he ends up getting robot avatars. And at one point in Justice League Unlimited, he ends up possessing Lex Luthor. They end up forming a symbiotic relationship, if after a while. Oh, and Brainiac... And though Brainiac X animated series voice is definitely probably the best voice Corey Burton, I still say that his competition is Jeffrey Combs for the more comic book accurate voice and portrayal. If you know what I mean.
Okay. I'm gonna wake up because this is a massive waste of my time. It's not fun. It's not like the giant robot spider. That was at least interesting. I get, rampaging around in a robot spider destroying things. That's cool. Trying to follow.
And then you play as a giant crab with a knife.
Huh? Oh.
Reminder, this is supposed to be a totally serious open-world game.
I do like this game, but I do have to wonder what had to be cut to put the stupid drug trip sequence in.
Right?
Don't mind me. Just flip my car off the top of the building, and I'm perfectly fine.
And then there's, and in Stage 6, you basically have to go rescue Lois Lane from Metallo, who is literally just a boss fight.
You know what they should have gotten for Metallo in Superman the Animated Series? They should have gotten Metallica to do Metallo's theme song.
Well, they had Malcolm McDowell do his voice.
That's awesome. But, yeah, that would have been kind of a cool little thing, but probably would have cost way too much for an animated show in the
SpongeBob got
mid-90s.
Pantera to do a theme in an episode.
You're fucking kidding me.
I'm totally serious. Go look up the Hibernation theme for SpongeBob. It's Pantera.
Huh.
So, and speaking of SpongeBob, you know what's currently the second most popular show in the United States?
What is?
My Hero Academia.
Huh.
More popular than Game of Thrones and Stranger Things.
It's not hard to be more popular than Game of Thrones after what they pulled in Season 8.
Yeah. And so, essentially, essentially after her saving Lois and beating up Metallo, in stage 6, you go through another ride stage where you have to solve all of Lex Luthor's maze, and then you get into a parking garage where, after rescuing Jimmy Olsen, you have to incapacitate Darkseid and deliver him to the police so he can be arrested.
Oh, yes, just your average afternoon's work. What the fuck? What kind of drugs were they smoking when they made this game?
I don't know. This is Darkseid! Essentially the most powerful bad guy in all of DC! You can't just arrest him!
That is it.
That is so stupid! Oh, and Darkseid's one of the easiest is the easiest boss in that game. I'm not making that up. He really is the easiest boss in that game. Just punch him a bunch and then he's done. Then you just carry him to the police car.
I'm left with not a whole lot to say about that because I don't know how to express in words how stupid that is.
There's gotta be a way through this.
Even in the animated series, Darkseid is a force to be reckoned with.
Find that second hacker and you'll let Nikki go.
And he's voiced by Michael Ironside, for Christ's sake.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right now I got no other options.
Oh my god. Oh. I would have wanted to wait until I could find a way to play Superman 64 just to show you how asinine that scenario is, but I figured now is a better time than any. Oh, God.
You know, I have seen that whole game played all the way through. I have seen all kinds of stuff. I didn't remember that.
Alright, Damien. Let's see if there's something you missed.
There are literal tears in my eyes right now.
Damn it.
What the? Hey, it's me. You called me here.
Shit. I have a lot on my mind.
Yeah?
Just because of how hilarious that scenario is.
Who is she?
I don't know. The file's corrupt. Do you have any ideas how to make the video play?
And,
This isn't fixable.
so,
This is the original.
unfortunately, since John hasn't updated since stage 9,
I wanted to talk to you
of, playing that game, I've yet to see further into it.
She might be a lead. Or not. Gotta stay a step ahead of him.
But I'm sure it's safe to assume that it's all downhill after that.
An IP address.
So, have you seen the artwork for the new Naruto Blu-ray collection?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
He took her, Clara.
I don't need words. There are no words I could say to describe the 3-movie collection.
Yeah, I, frankly don't understand why somebody didn't say no.
We'll talk later, right? After
Whoever runs Viz Media's Twitter account just needs to stop.
Yeah, this...
Because they decided, you know what, since people are going to make fun of it, and we're gonna say like, hey, we might as well make a shirt out of it. I'm just like, can the person who runs Viz Media's Twitter account just stop? So yeah, it's just like, oh, and you know, want to know what's even better? There's a multiplayer to Superman 64.
Where's your car?
There's multiplayer.
Yes, it's essentially like GoldenEye.
Why?
I don't know. But there's one problem. GoldenEye, you could actually see what's going on the screen. While it being a first-person shooter, this game, you can't really see much.
Huh.
So I'm just sitting here like, why was this made? The first instance I ever saw of Superman 64's multiplayer was in Brain Scratch Com's playthrough of the game, where they basically just did a bit of it just because they wanted to scratch it off their bucket list. And then they just went into play the multiplayer, or the game, and let's just say they were having a bit too much fun with how jank it was.
I can't hardly blame them. That game is fucking broken.
Yep. And so then they're like, okay, let's just turn off the game and go play GoldenEye. And I'm just baffled. So now more Digimon are appearing in the human world. Well, because of what Crusadermon and the Royal Knight and the Royal Knights did. And I'm just like, oh boy. Society is going to be messed up after this, aren't they? But hey, it's like the Joker movie, he never said, we live in a society. Did you know there's a guy on YouTube that makes videos of, like, if such and such happens, then the video ends?
What?
Basically, it's like if this occurrence ends up happening in the video, then the video just kind of ends. And essentially, like, one of these was essentially like Google searching Digimon on, and if he spots a Pokemon, then the video ends.
That's kind of a strange.
It's not unreasonable.
Pick him off, no problem.
And then it just gets like so he Google searches Digimon. So one of these is like he Google searches Digimon, and then he ends up finding a Pokemon on the second row of his searches, and the video just ends.
We need every available backup.
I was just kind of giving an example. All of his stuff.
What do they want? Who are they?
then it's like... Let's expand the farm. Great. Let's expand the farm. Basically, you could make 5 Digimon farm islands, and you can add farm expansions to essentially make them big enough to be stars. So, Alex.
Yo.
Basically, and the playable characters in the Superman 64 multiplayer are Brainiac, Darkseid, the Mooks of the game, the Dark Shadows.
Any support nearby?
Those Mercy Graves, and I think Lex Luthor is among the playable multiplayer characters.
Backup is here.
Gotta be the search around for the IP.
But I think you have to unlock him for some weird reason. Just imagine Darkseid in a hovercraft playing in a first-person shooter simulator. Just picture that right now. How stupid does it look?
Very stupid.
But then again, this is from the same guy who could literally just be sitting right on your couch. I'm not making that up, that's an actual thing. Hitting in,
Okay, go now.
that's an actual thing. In the comics, Darkseid could just be sitting on your couch.
Get in the car.
Yeah, I've
now.
seen that.
But then again, this is the same guy whom Santa Claus has had to go out of his way to break through his defenses just to give him a lump of coal every year. If anybody wonders if I'm making any of this up, go Google image search this, and then come back to me. Because trust me, I am not making up a single bit of this.
I want some of the... there we go. Let's see here. Can't hardly go wrong with a classic.
Alright, so now I gotta go back to the detective agency, say, hey, I did the job, so now give me my cyber sleuth points.
Who are you?
I don't know how to answer that.
I know a place where we can talk.
Oh, come on!
You'll notice that I left the area and came right back to the area.
And so, when I ended up watching in the Superman, Batman, and Apocalypse movie that was on DC Universe, and I was just like, – I've been meaning to watch this movie at some point, so might as well. And then I ended up watching the Superman, Batman, and Apocalypse movie that was on DC Universe, and I was just like, I have been meaning to watch this movie at some point, so might as well. And then I ended up watching the Superman, Batman, and Apocalypse movie that was on DC Universe, and I was just like, I've been meaning to watch this movie at some point, so might as well. it certainly was interesting and to have this kind of origin story for Kara. and for both the comic and the movie, I actually have a very hard time picking which one is the one I prefer to go to. Anytime when I think of this storyline. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
The TV is reporting a fire at the Alamo Town. You can't just check out like everyone else?
When have I ever done like everyone else?
Are we bantering? It's been so long I'm tongue-tied.
Savor it, because you're not going to see it again. Lost my network, I need some equipment.
Not my concern. You didn't want to work as a team. This is your problem, you figure it out. But do it quick, I need your head in the game. Hey, sweetheart, your brother wants to talk.
Aiden? Jax, is my baby okay?
He's safe. Where are you?
So basically,
I don't know. It's cold. I was blindfolded the whole way. I'm scared, Aiden.
anytime I end up,
I know you are, and I'm getting you out.
I'm just like
Look,
thinking that DC
He's not crazy. He won't hurt you.
should
Just
is supposed to be
around.
taken seriously in any regard. I have to keep reminding myself of the stupid things that happen throughout
He's trying to get to
how
me through
DC
you.
and all this hilarious shindigs that go on.
Gangbangers like to pick on easy targets, then brag about it.
And you know,
Some
at
big
one point
accomplishment.
in the
I'm gonna
in
make
this
sure
deceased
asshole wears some
in the
bruises for a while.
in a deceased spin-off bit that was basically like a side story with John Constantine. In Mr. Miracle ends up getting infected, and as he's about to die, he ends up quoting in the song "If I Can Turn Back Time" by Cher.
Huh.
And I'm just like, and Bart is like, really? You're gonna quote Cher? And then and John's like, well, yeah, Cher. Well, yeah, I love Cher.
She made an appearance in the Super Mario Brothers Super Show once. That was a great show.
And Deadpool has to ask as Vanessa if she sharpened the cream cheese spreader. And but then so, you know, one thing I'd have to wonder, one thing I got to think of, one thing I actually had thought of for an idea of how to like incorporate, you know, Ace the Bat Hound. I thought of just like basically him being more like his Batman Beyond incarnation, where he's literally just like a dog, like a big Great Dane, and that's very protective of Bruce. And he's got and Ace the Bat Hound kind of has a bit of a depressing backstory in the sense that from when he was a young pup, he ended up being bred to be like a fight dog. But then he ended up breaking free of that, and Bruce ended up finding him in the alleyway where he was paying his respects to his parents. Bruce then just decided to take him in and name him Ace. And honestly, I kind of like that angle. Well, since, you know... Oh, and I'm like, you know, this actually makes me take the character of Ace the Bat Hound seriously. You know, as opposed to what they did with him in Crypto the Superdog. Because remember, they tried to market Crypto as a TV series once upon a time. Because that wasn't strange at all. Like, seriously, Crypto the Superdog was one of the strangest shows I've ever remembered seeing as a kid.
Yeah, that was... There were comics of that, too.
And I'm just sitting here like, hello?
Why are you shooting at nothing? I'm not even on the same floor as you jackasses.
Oh, and also one weird thing about that version of Ace the Bat Hound, apparently that version of Ace is voiced by Scott McNeil in Crypto the Superdog.
Interesting.
It's weird. It's still a weird show.
Anybody who can come back us up, get the fuck out here. I got you. What the hell? Hit him from the side. All right, we're here. Let's do this. He's got a gun.
And essentially, there was a point in Super Sons where they had like this yearly thing with the Super Pets. Wasn't Super Pets like once a year or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, they basically did that during the run of the Super Sons comics. And you're aware of what those are, right?
I haven't read them. I believe I've heard of them, yes.
Basically, the Damien and John Unkent show.
Yeah. That was what I figured.
It's not really that bad. It's not really bad. It's just kind of like...
Hey, there's a gang hidden in your... fucking...
It's like, I could honestly think of worse...
I'm sorry, what the fuck is this? There is grass, just levitating.
Oh, dear Lord. Now...
Just levitating in the middle of nowhere.
Now, Alex, would it seem weird to you that no matter what version of Digimon you're watching, English or Japanese, it's still marketed as a kids show?
Kind of.
And yet there exists Digimon that are so busty it makes you question the show's rating. Like, there are some very sexy Digimon in this, in the whole series. And it makes you think this is a kids show? Alright, so now we're done with this case, so we're heading back to Onakano. I have to wonder what I'm going to be doing after Injustice 2, since that'll be done. after, that'll be done. That'll likely be done after next week. Since, you know...
Fighting game story mode? Yeah.
Yep. Not sure if I'm gonna want to do, like, the arcade mode stuff. Since that's just really a multiverse scenario. Hello. Like Sakuyamon, for instance. Tell me something. How many people have turned into a furry because of this particular Digimon?
I don't know, does that count as a furry, really?
It's the final evolution of a fox.
Coming up on us.
Like an actual fox. Fox Digimon.
Interesting.
By the way, did you know that the German dub of Digimon Tamer, or is the season where Renamon makes its debut, who has a male voice? And funnily enough, in the original dub of Digimon Adventure, they were going to have originally for the feline Digimon Gatomon. On the dub was going to end up initially having Gatomon be voiced by a guy before they realized, oh wait, this is supposed to be a female Digimon, so we might want to bail on that idea.
Like everyone else?
When have I ever done like everyone else?
Yeah, let's
Are
get
we bantering? It's been so long.
the manly men voiced by
You're not gonna see it again.
by the women, and get
Lost my
the
network. I need some equipment.
the feminine women voiced by the manly men. That sounds perfectly reasonable and not ultra confusing when listening to it at all.
Don't forget, this is a kids show. This was a kids show dub, and it was dubbed by the same people who did Samurai Pizza Cats.
He's safe. Where are you?
I don't know. It's cold.
So try and tell me that doesn't seem like a recipe for comedy.
Kinda.
I know you are, and I'm getting you out.
I
know Damien.
when I see that, and I'm like, okay,
crazy,
so this is
won't hurt
probably meant to be, you know, kind of funny. I can get behind that, especially since, you know, it's supposed to be for kids.
What?
So I'm not. So I think that, and I'm like,
Damien, put her back
it's
on.
harmless.
You want to continue this little chat?
Sure, it's not accurate to the Japanese script at all, but hey, not a lot of kids show dubs are accurate to the Japanese script unless you're Mobile Fighter and G Gundam. It's a kids show dub, but yet it was still very accurate to the original Japanese script, minus a lot of swearing. Like, let's just say, hey, there's a good reason why it's like IG Gundam's dub is like, at first it would be like, oh god, this is so bad, but then it ends up being like, it ends up being ironically good, but then it ends up turning out to be unironically good. If that makes any sense to you at all. Which I'm not sure if it does. We could use whales! Whales! Someone, get him out of here. What about the whales?
Plowing, do it!
Mason. Why are you doing this to the text? Go into Alex's his stream and even text a bunch of stuff up to him. Why don't you? Anyway, so tell me something.
Tell me what?
Do you think that it's strange that, you know, is this just Homer Simpson making fun of Mr. Burns? Oh goody, we're up against a bunch of 2 virus-type Digimons and a busty data-type Digimon.
Take this guy out! Go! I'll
It's the busty one is the one on the left. Mason, I am genuinely surprised that you have not seen Digimon before.
The TV is reporting a fire at the Alamo Town. You can't just check out like everyone else.
When have I ever done like everyone else?
Are we bantering? It's been so long I'm tongue-tied.
Basically,
not available. Excuse me, what the hell?
Oh no, wait, Mason said that he did see Digimon. He's only familiar with Adventure 1 and Adventure 2. Basically, Adventure 1 and Adventure 2 are essentially the Pokemon generation in 1 and 2 of Digimon.
But do it quick, I need your head in the game.
That's to kind of give you the gist of it. There is manga adaptations of the respective series, but here's the thing.
Where are you?
Acquiring it legitimately, I do pray that at that job, that whatever occupation you would have pays quite a lot.
Look, I know Damien. He's not crazy.
Because they're basically so out of print that you're going to need a hefty penny to buy it.
What do you mean you know him? He kidnapped me.
I would know, since I have expressed quite a bit of interest.
Time's up. My God, what did you say?
The continuities that came out.
Damien.
Basically, to give the gist of it, Tamers is essentially the concept of if the first 2 series of Digimon were a TV show, and a card game.
I'll keep her talking, and maybe I can find where she is.
So basically, Digimon on Tamers is like, yeah, I don't really see a lot of issue with people liking some of the others or parts of the series. It's just, you know, I'm not a big fan and of a lot of Digimon after, or the after Tamers. Someone commented on what it was saying regarding the fact that Damien doesn't really have an arch nemesis in. Oh, come on! Yeah, that is true. Talia did murder Damien and replaced him with a clone. Because she is that sociopathic.
I know you've been rapping with the wrong people. Man, look, ain't nothing for you to see right here, dog.
It's kind of why I ended up writing right in the scenario where it's like
to maintain your privacy.
Damien is just kind of like realizing that the League of Assassins is a heavily flawed ideal. If that makes any sense to you. Alex?
Yeah, sorry, what were you saying? I lost track.
I was saying that because of the fact that it's like Talia is this sociopathic person who lacks any actual emotion for the people he supposedly cares about. Now, aside from Raish, which is a tad ironic if you ask me. And then she essentially is set as like, so, and it's like, at one point in the comics, Talia ended up murdering Damien and replacing him with a clone. And you know, funnily enough, that ends up being a plot point in the movie. In the movie Batman Bad Blood. So Justimon and two Starmon show up fashionably late. And they do Super Sentai pose.
Just lost everything. My hard drives, my network access. Alright, I need to get back online. Where's Clara? Be careful, Aiden. Don't pull her into this.
Here.
Thanks.
Those men. Who are they?
I don't know. Yeah, they must have picked up on the
So now we're fighting against Justimon and his insane clown posse.
Says that someone else has the system hacked. I took it and I gave it to you.
Now, hold on. I didn't give it to anyone. I wouldn't.
We need to trust each other.
You know what? I don't have time to soothe you, Clara. If you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do. Someone shot up my motel room. My sister's gone, and I have nothing. You are not my priority right now.
No, I know that. Of course. Do you know this place? Somewhere near here. It's supposed to be the first test site for CPOS. It is known as the bunker. At least, that's how the urban legend goes.
The bunker? One with access to the entire city?
Undetected access. I've done months of research on it. City planning, zoning documents, things they don't want us to see. There's a blank spot on it.
Or you can.
Right over there. Yes. And you've lost your damage deposit on a motel.
It's fine.
So how?
Find a way inside that bunker.
So
undetected access.
I'm trying to think.
I could use a break right now.
Think, damn you. You think we'll ever find a way to and have a good fighting game story? Or does that seem like something that is outside of the realm of possibility?
It's not outside of the realm of possibility, but it is... It's one of those things where you've got to come up with a bunch of reasons for people to fight so they can fight, but eh.
You know, sadly, in terms of the Mortal Kombat stuff,
somebody's been on
the one that had the most justifiable excuse for why stuff happened was Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe.
Maybe both. He lives right near here. There's a homeless
and
guy.
we could justify that by basically saying, like, oh, it's the rage that's causing our heroes to want to fight each other.
You can't forget him. He's paranoid and won't talk.
I can be persuasive.
You know, a tournament is probably the best play for a fighting game because then you don't have to explain why these guys are fighting. It's just like
they're fighting because they're in a tournament.
They're fighting because
Street Fighter,
right.
and sadly Street Fighter seemed to have forgotten that part of its story.
The look on his face,
because it's been going off on trying to make its own weird thing with
he said it was an ancient
ever
Roman
since
coin.
like the Street Fighter 2 animated movie.
But he let me keep it. Said it was my door to a magic world.
I'm like, did these guys forget that they were characters in a fighting game tournament?
Stars in my eyes.
Well, I hope this bunker's real.
Street Fighter 3 was the one where the tournament just kind of broke down and people were just fighting for the hell of it, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
There. That's where Tobias runs his shop. Mostly black market junk. Sometimes you can find rare schematics, if you're lucky. He's not there. What now?
Someone here knows how to reach him. I'm gonna look
And then they just kind of make up whatever they wanted for like later Street Fighter stuff.
I'm in the middle of a poker game. There's somebody at your shop. Well, it's closed. Wait, what do they look like? I don't know, man. Punk rock chick and then it's closed.
He's playing poker.
You know what's one reason most people watch that animated movie?
Chun-Li's naked scene.
Let's see where you're hiding.
Chun-Li's naked boob scene.
Yeah.
Hold on, what's this? Someone else is tracking the call. It's gotta be fixers.
Hey, you're not gonna believe this. I finally got a lock on Brewer. I'm going to pick him up now.
Oh, I can't wait for when I get a better virus type
They'll hunt him
than
down
you.
fast. I need to stop them.
Oh, Tiger Vespamon. You're cool, but there's a cooler virus type Digimon whose running animation is literally him riding on a motorcycle.
You were right. He's paranoid. But
I need backup.
You want to go alone, don't you?
Drive into him. Do it.
I'll meet you at the island.
I'm not making that up.
Smash into him.
So basically we had to fight both teams.
Was there just nobody in this car? What the fuck?
Indeed.
We're on the scene. Drive him off the road. Go.
So do you think... So... A part of me wonders what I should do after,
Run him off the road.
After Injustice 2.
Ah, shit. Not now. Come on, you stupid hunk of...
Just because it's like, I kind of would need something to fill in that gap. Part of me was debating whether I should do Okami or God of War. Which do you think seems more worthwhile?
Which one? Which God of War?
God of War 3, because I can't get the others on PS4.
Okay, so do Okami, I think.
I'd also have to ask Fran this, and then if he says something different, I'm just going to
go on ahead.
Flip a coin or something.
He's my key to Claire's Island.
now where Garurumon will digivolve into Metal Garurumon. Now there's an issue with getting Omnimon. I need my ability is already at the required level, but I need to be level 60 or higher. Attack needs to be 200. Or intelligence needs to be at 150 as well as speed. A camaraderie needs to be at 100%, and then I also need to solve a case, which is basically doing a super boss, which Omnimon is involved in. So basically, it's like a big boss fight. Essentially, there are at least quite a few super bosses I have to contend with in Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. And all of them are basically have their own set of rules and whatnot. Which is especially frustrating when we get to the Demon Lords.
Poke around here. Who'd suspect? One of these guys is Tobias.
Hold on a sec.
Deal me in.
Hey, Alex, I cooked.
See, I have a queen and a 7. I have $200 here, so...
So now I gotta go help Agumon and Gabumon on with finding food places because Digimon like to eat.
I don't know you. I don't know him. Relax. Are you Tobias?
And did you know that Digimon also had a manga predating Digimon Adventure and whatnot?
Is that why Bloom fired you?
Basically, the manga is called Digimon V-Tamer, and it was about a version of Taichi Yagami, who was essentially a strategist. Is teamed up with a partner named Zeromaru, who is a V-Dramon. And it's a surprisingly good manga, if you can believe that.
Alright. I just need one thing, and then I can let you go.
So has there been any part of this game that has been weird to you, Alex?
I'm not one of them.
define any part and weird.
Okay, any part or that seemed a little, like,
I don't work with whoever
too ridiculous is to really consider.
The digi-boobs earlier, the absolute cleavage on that other girl.
They cut it. There's no power.
Okay, but weird as in, like something you would call bullshit on.
The weeb in Japan.
Anyone that ever touched that fucking place. We all have one foot in the grave.
But he's the best NPC in the game.
Yes, but that doesn't stop him from being a weeb in Japan. You know? Oh, what's this?
No.
I think Mason just linked me the uncut Chun-Li shower scene.
Yep, he did. I got the same link.
That's what I do, I build.
I've seen the full movie.
Let me have it. Yeah. Fine.
So don't worry, I am acutely aware of...
Yeah, you take it. Great. Yeah, it's your funeral. Yeah, it's heavy, huh?
Aware of the fact
it only gets heavier.
like that at Chun-Li,
hey, listen.
that I could see Chun-Li's nips.
You need anything? I mean, whatever. You come see me. I build stuff. You do.
I don't think I ever came back to Tobias's shop.
And was there anything about this game's story that seemed very off to you?
I'm not really sure that this game's story was ever all that on.
I could easily end up a mess.
Well, it's a Mon series RPG that has very Shin Megami Tensei-esque themes.
He was high on medication or something. That guy has got to
Themes
be
in
careful.
it.
Got fixers after him.
Like
You
the
guys
fact that
really
Who knows
aren't
what they'll
even
do.
trying to hide the fact that you're running an illegal poker den, are you? Hey guys, hope you don't mind that I'm coming down here to play some more poker after you.
He says if you want answers, you'll have to follow his trail.
Regular guy
Whatever the hell
spooked.
that means. Might lead to something, though, right?
Pushovers. There's money to be made at this table.
It's good.
Let's
He wants me to understand why he did it.
I'm out.
You need to reward him with something, okay?
Now.
What, like cookie?
I don't know. Get creative.
Oh, now it's a medium stakes
Tune in
poker
in a
game.
second.
nice.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Apparently $1,000 is medium.
I can't wait to see what's high stakes.
Ah, that works.
I guarantee you, after I come back from UltraCon on this year, my workplace is going to hate me.
I call.
Why?
Because it's in Florida.
Ah.
Yeah, just give me a sec. Okay, check.
Flop.
I'll check.
So yeah, it's like basic. It's supposed to be.
Check.
So at first, it's like you're about the fact that you are a detective, if working to solve various cases involving Digimon.
Interesting.
But then you end up getting involved in a Shin Megami Tensei-esque plot. regarding the Royal Knights and whatnot.
Raise?
And I'm
You
just
hiding
sitting here
something?
like,
Pretty sure of yourself.
I did not know I was getting a Shin Megami Tensei game in my Digimon. Though to be fair, SMT, though to be fair, if this were an SMT game, I would be dying over and over again.
We got a brave one here.
Because I can just make money, I'm just gonna go all in here.
Going all in.
Unconvincingly, I go all in.
Fine.
It reminds me of, friggin' what's it called? That bit in Brain Scratch's playthrough of Mass Effect 1.
The dealer's going all in too. What the fuck?
That was a mistake.
I'm going on a hunch here.
And so
all of them are going all in. Why is everybody going all in?
It's like they want you to have their money.
Well, I'm probably not going to win this, but I'm almost certainly not going to win this. I was bluffing, but
I couldn't catch a break today. Good game.
I just wanted to see if I could actually. I wanted to see if I could bluff these guys out, because usually the thing that you do in video games.
Busted.
Yeah, but usually the thing you do in video game poker is you just bet high and the computer folds all the time.
It's just great.
Alright, let's take a forced mandatory break in this in-game. And now I'm suddenly inside of a Dream Digital network. Because that makes total sense now, doesn't it?
I call.
So that's, okay, call.
Huh. I call. There's the flop.
You know, there is also another. You know, every so often, whenever I think of whenever I think like a Digimon game, and what always ends up coming to mind is the fact that every Digimon game kind of plays very differently.
Let's see here, I've got. Huh. 4, 5, 6.
Oh my god, just play.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
What?
This jackass here. Well,
I'll call.
I'll call, because money in this game is not that difficult to come by. I've probably got like 20 grand kicking around in the ATM that I haven't picked up. Ooh, I have one pair. Or, actually, no, I don't.
Excuse me a moment, I gotta get a drink.
Okay. Let's see here. 4, 5, 6. Need is a 7 and 8.
Call.
Why'd you have to go and do that?
Fold.
3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
5, 6. Need a 7.
Well, why'd you have to go and do that?
I don't know. It's down to me and this guy. We have a $900 pot. I need
Just
a 7.
something.
Need a 7, and I don't have it. Or a 2. 7 or 2. 7 or a 2.
So far for...
Let's go. Let's go.
So far for, or like the current
Somebody shot
bit.
himself.
For the recent bits, it's of part 2 of Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. What would you say has been like a highlight recently?
Well, let's see. I don't know. It's not that nothing's sticking to mind, it's just nothing's coming up right now.
I still remember remember you saying, like,
okay, here
you
goes.
were imagining, like, a Dragon Ball Z-esque fight.
Yeah,
between Steppenwolf and Black Adam, and I'm like, okay, I'm delivering that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I got a 2 and a 7.
I'll sit this out.
And this guy is already folding!
I'll see that.
He didn't even bet, and he's folding. How bad do your cards have to be?
As bad as Jotaro's were in part 3.
And I fold.
Oh my god, 2 people have already folded. What the fuck?
I fold.
How did... If I'd known that all of y'all were gonna fold, I would have bet more. Jesus
I was more
Christ.
making a reference to the poker game between Jotaro and Darby in the Egypt arc of Stardust Crusaders.
Jesus Christ, these guys all folded. All 3 of them folded, and all I did was raised by $40.
Wow.
Here goes.
They must not be confident poker players.
I guess not.
You know what would make this even worse?
Excuse me.
If they were playing strip poker.
Why did this guy just bust out laughing?
Not with these fucking cards.
Okay.
I call.
You haven't even seen the flop cards yet. Could you maybe stick around? It's only $10.
Yeah. Oh, another new case was added.
Queen, King, Jack. Not of the same suit, but, you know. Well, actually, no, they are of the same suit, so never mind. Yeah, Jack, Queen, King. So all I need is the 10 and the ace, and I'll have the royal flush. Oh, no. Sorry, not the same suit. Jack and...
And you know...
So it might be... Yeah, that's a straight. So...
You know Tim Pike?
Yeah.
Why are we waiting?
Guy who's been making really interesting edits for various voice actors for like shirts and coffee mugs.
Was that the guy who got the what's his name? Fucking
hello.
Original Vegeta, Brian Drummond on his ass. Yeah.
Yeah. So, basically, Tim decided against Ron for spamming like various, maybe those irrelevant to the case image is of Vic. I think he's like, okay, two could play this game. Shows pictures of Monica doing various inappropriate activities.
Yeah, I saw
that.
that.
Inappropriate in their definition. But there was one point where Monica was like, that kiss was at a 21 plus event. And I'm like, you got proof to back that up?
Check.
Because we're not just going to take your word for it. We're really not. Because how could we when your last name is literally an anagram for liar?
Call?
Okay.
I'm literally not making that up.
Hey, let's keep playing, huh?
Fine by me.
Now I gotta watch those three.
You know, I stole this money anyways, so it's not that big of a deal.
Thanks.
You could at least do the Yu-Gi-Oh! Shuffle, although I bet that's a hell of a lot harder to animate.
I'm sure. You know... Oh, it's like, I go to see a, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal's TV Tropes page, and then I find that Yuma eventually just gains the power of being able to draw the card that he needs whenever he needs it, and I'm like, oh wow, something that's actually honest about the protagonist's luck.
Yeah.
I'll call.
I don't hate this. I actually kind of find it funny.
Yep, I call. Yeah, no way.
If anything. Oh, and he also goes straight up Super Saiyan.
And this is to go even further beyond. See, I have a 2, 3, 2, 3.
I was
5,
actually
6,
making
7,
like
so I need a 4.
I was actually making a reference to Code Ment, where Lelouch had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique.
Not today.
I'm out.
You know, I'd love to know what kind of cards you guys had that I had a weak hand, man. I had an inside straight, basically. But I was like, yeah.
I'm dealing.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh, Numamon. I keep forgetting what Numamon's whole shtick is. Literally throwing its poop at you.
I have a jack, so might as well.
Guess I got a raise.
Fold. I call.
Let's make this interesting.
Come on. I call.
Call.
And the flop.
That's a pair. That's 2 pair, actually.
Now, which one of these hands is the hand that summons Exodia? I know he's not an actual thing in this.
Raise.
Huh. You might regret that. Not today.
You said you might regret that and then immediately fold it. I guess I won't be regretting that because both of y'all folded immediately after I raised, so...
Let's give a big round of applause.
You guys suck at this worse than I do.
They have terrible poker faces.
Call?
This guy always says, call?
Is that how it's delivered in the game?
Yes.
And
what the hell?
This one guy just folds before he even gets any kind of information, and like, you've got... We're criminals, guy. You could just go steal some more money.
Yeah. It's not like you guys have some moral compass as to be concerned with.
I'll raise. Yeah. Raise?
I should probably continue my new game run plus of Batman Arkham Knight just to see if I could stream the whole game. Since I'd want to see if I could stream past the blatantly obvious twist that
I'll raise you.
That Arkham Knight is Jason Todd.
He's holding something.
Oh. Shock and gasp. The twist that I figured out before I even played the fucking game.
How far did you get in Arkham Knight?
I never played it. I have still never played it.
The pot thickens.
Oh, jeez.
Yep, I call.
Good, good.
Why are you talking? You have nothing to do with this game. You folded.
Oh, Metal Greymon, I can't wait for you to be War Greymon. So that way I could just defense pierce everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna raise.
Phew. I'm out.
Hurry up, precious.
I'll raise.
I'm pulling the trigger here.
And he's in.
Okay, my rank has gone up. Rank up!
Let's see here.
Wow, we're already getting to chapter 14
I'm not
in the game. I'm like, wow.
I was trying to figure out what kind of cards do you have that you think you're going to be able to get this going here, man.
He reveals the 5 pieces of Exodia. I'm still on that.
But that's the wrong game. This isn't even the same game.
It doesn't matter. It's the winning hand. He summons Exodia and he wins all of the money.
Thanks.
My deck has no pathetic cards, Aiden. My deck has no pathetic cards, Aiden. But it does contain the unstoppable Exodia.
I call...
Exodia. How is that possible? No one's ever been able to summon him.
No one's ever been able to summon him in a poker game. Wait, that's Snake. Colonel. How did he manage to summon Exodia in a poker game?
I'm gonna raise.
Oh my god. And then I'm reminded... Now that's reminding me of the fact that you have never been introduced to Action League now. Action League now, starring The Flesh. He's super strong and super naked. Thunder Girl, she flies like thunder. Stinky Diver, a former Navy commando with an attitude as bad as his odor.
She flies.
And Melts Man, with the power to melt.
Thunder, thunder, Thundercats! Ho!
You know, the worst part is, like, I end up picturing, it's like, in case you're wondering, it's basically like a short skit in Kablam that's essentially a bunch of action figures as superheroes.
You know, I've actually had an idea of making some like short films like that out of action figures, kind of like it's just some random guy does, but with actual lighting and stuff, not just
okay then.
You know,
right?
Not just putting them in a room and lighting them with the hottest lamp in the entire house.
Oh, jeez.
Not that I have anything against it. It's just that it's odd.
It is very odd indeed. Now, what am I supposed
You know,
to
his writing is the best part of his entire thing here. So I've got... Let's see here. 9-10 Jack. I'm gonna...
And now we gotta go to Akihabara to go meet up with Gallantmon, who is my favorite member of the Royal Knights.
Get a...
Just play, come on.
An 8, and I'll have a straight. Or I can get a...
Oh, hello, Duftmon,
and
or
a king.
Leopardmon.
Raise.
And I'll be good.
Thinking... I call...
Oh, and by the way...
He's got something.
Hey, this charming fellow... member of the Royal Knights, Duftmon...
Here's the turn.
...is voiced by Norio Wakamoto.
Well, that certainly doesn't help me, but...
Perfect Cell.
Oh, sorry, I was paying attention to the poker game.
I check.
Yeah. Norio Wakamoto, the voice of... the Japanese voice of all forms of Cell. Al M. Bison. And Charles Z. Britannia. Alexander Anderson.
You're not leaving me much
And this
choice
guy is
here.
basically a meme lord.
We got a player here. Here's the river.
Ooh. Well, all I've got is a pair here. But I have a high card.
My game's off.
King Drazel.
My
Every
game's off.
time-
You won. You won the fucking game.
Every single time I see the phrase King Drazel, all I'm thinking is like, is it too much to use the term Yggdrasil? As in the
Change
Norse
the
tree of
stakes.
the world. The Royal Knights are literally working for a tree.
I have a 2 and a king, so I've got a high card.
I'm gonna raise.
And then one of the guys summons a blue eyes white dragon.
I'm out.
Wait, did you just summon a bunch of monsters in one turn?
Oh my god.
We got a pair here.
You know, part of me was imagining if I ever ended up feeling the need to fill out one of the ranks of
now for the turn.
Of the nerve guys, Eisen doing like a super or deep masculine voice for him. I could imagine that your script would just be like, having one of your guys be like, "Wait, didn't you sound different before?"
I gotta fold.
I got a voice transplant.
Either that, or I took a lot. Either that, or I took a lozenge. I'm all better now. Hello, Gallantmon. That is a massive shield he is carrying.
With a Triforce on the front of it, I see.
Actually, that's that symbol on the shield is meant to be a symbol of a different Digimon from Tamers.
Huh.
Specifically Kalumon. And he also has a biohazard symbol on his chest.
I'll call.
As you can see.
I call?
And that is mostly due to the fact that Gallantmon is one of 2 Digimon that carry this catastrophic force known as the Hazard.
This is an odd selection of cards here. I have a 4 and a 3, and then there's a 7 and an 8, and an ace in flop. So.
And to further cement how ridiculous this poker game is, someone uses the Dark Magician.
The next card.
And then Aiden's like, I went into a poker game expecting to play a poker game, not Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's like Giguk's no game, no life in however many minutes. Okay, now we're just straight up playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
And he's in.
God.
I'll raise.
Okay.
Yep, of course. There needs to be a reason why they can't just all fight now.
That was the best bluff I could ever pull, I think.
Call.
And the thing is, Gallantmon has another form that he could take in these Digimon games. Unfortunately, Cyber Sleuth 1 does not have that form.
Now I have 2 pair.
However, Hacker's Memory does have that form.
I check.
That form is known as Crimson Mode. I literally got a whole bunch of Cyber Sleuth points just...
He's trying to snake us.
Us for talking to someone.
Yeah, all in.
Sure you want to do that? I've seen better hands on amputees.
We have to keep messaging our mother, or just to remind the audience that our protagonist has parents.
Yes, because otherwise we might think that this is Yu-Gi-Oh! In the anime version.
I guess I'm dealing.
So the manga does have... Yugi does have parents?
Yes, he does.
You know, Yuma's parents are straight up gone.
That's
and he's being raised by his sister, his older sister, and his grandmother.
Call it.
At the very least, we do know that he has a mother. We don't ever see his dad, I don't think. But...
And then, of course, there's the fact that Yusei's parents had to sacrifice themselves to save Yusei from the catastrophe that basically split the world of 5Ds asunder.
I guess I'll check.
Tsundere, you mean?
And
was that
then,
too bad of a joke?
Not really. And Jaden, I don't think Jaden gives a damn about his parents.
Not today, gentlemen.
After all, he willingly...
You folding? You betting?
He wanted to go to boarding school to learn how to play card games. When you say that seems a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
But then you realize who founded Duel Academy.
Seto freaking Kaiba.
And I'm like, what possessed Kaiba to do this?
Make a move, guy. Seriously. That wasn't a hand, it was a stump.
Like, what possessed Kaiba to think, maybe I should make a school where children can learn how to play card games?
Where children can better learn how to play a children's card game.
All right.
So that nobody can ever use it against me.
In that case, why not just tear up every card in the whole world?
Shut up and duel me.
So... Oh, how many times would you say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has screwed the rules?
Do we count... Do we count it by how many times per episode, or...
Or what?
Well, basically, the thing is that early on, if you compare it to, like, founding Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules, then, yeah, there's a... And you compare the rules of the initial card game to that of the initial TV show. Well...
Jeez, guys.
Yeah, of either of the TV shows, really.
I fold.
Why are you guys just letting me take away your money?
And then there's the fact that there are turbo duels.
Yeah, so if you compare initial Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules to the show when it first starts, then the rules are broken fairly often. But if you compare it from when the game is more standardized within the show, from like roughly, I think it's like Battle City onwards.
But even then, they still don't. But even then, they still don't obey the rules.
Yeah, it's less, but it's still not nothing. So you have a high card, but
I call.
And I check.
And the flop.
10 Jack, 9-10 Jack King. Let's see here. High card. Shouldn't that be
checking?
Yeah, just give me a sec. Okay, check.
Shouldn't that be a straight? Yeah, that should be a straight because I have 10 King, 9-10 Jack King. So I'm one card away from a straight. So I'll just go ahead and raise it, I guess.
And
now is it ace or a
fold?
Oh no, I have an inside straight, don't I? Yeah. Well, I managed to get that on an inside straight, so whatever, I guess. Thanks for the money, guys. I completely fucked up on that one because I forgot what cards I had and what order they go in.
Indeed.
Okay, here goes.
I have a 2 and an 8, which is a terrible hand, but
raise.
You know.
Call.
That's just how it is.
Call?
Okay, so I have a pair.
I think after this case, I'm gonna end up just, you know, going to bed, because...
Okay.
Cause I'm just like, ugh. Got a huge lump in my throat. Oh, and
that's not good. You might want to get some water.
I have water.
Ah.
I don't have time for this. Old.
You don't have time for me to
call.
Take a little bit of time to think about my bet, but you have... you are such a fucking jackass, dude.
I guess I'll check.
And yes, for the record, I do agree that the water does help.
I'll stay in.
River.
You ever seen Giguk's Darling in the Franxx video where...
Yes, I have.
Essentially, they end up lampshading that the mechs in that series use doggy style to pilot.
Yeah.
The mechs are piloted.
You guys made it easy for him.
And by doggy style. Which Eagle 8 Burger basically said, like, that was the first time I've ever really ad-libbed anything. I'm like, a man like you never ad-libbing? That's hard to believe. Considering his One Piece videos are might as well literally be summarizing arcs with vines. Basically, each arc of One Piece is just one big Vine video. And recently, Brain Scratch ended up uploading a video of God of War 3 and they were discussing like things like saying like Kratos would definitely would have definitely been someone who needed therapy, but then they discussed the fact that he's probably beyond therapy at this point in his life.
Yeah. Now, if this guy on the right of me immediately folds, I know that I can just outwit this guy in front of me to get him to fold.
And then Ted was imagining a scenario where, or basically, the therapist was asking Kratos, so how does that make you feel? And then Kratos decapitates the therapist. He's like, it makes me feel better. And then they're like, okay, so that was therapist 636. Bring on's therapist 637.
Guy takes no prisoners.
I'm impressed, Dante. You actually managed to bluff me on that. I thought, based on the fact that you are a complete and utter weenie, that you had nothing.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
Now my cat Mallow is just staring at the water dish.
Here's the flop.
He's not the brightest crayon in the box.
Let's see, I got 2 pair here. Why would you find bright crayons in a litter box?
You know what I mean. You know damn well what I meant.
Yeah.
Someone's got a hand. Not with that hand.
Raise.
Though now I've gotten my mom into the cat. I'm a kitty cat. And a dance 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 and a dance 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 song.
You might regret that.
Call it.
You know, speaking of cats, Andrew Lloyd Webber said that the Cats movie was ridiculous.
Was there any doubt?
Yeah.
Was there any doubt?
Well, I mean, this is coming from the guy who wrote and composed the original musical, so...
Somebody's sure of himself.
Was there any doubt that it was ridiculous?
I don't think so.
He's holding something.
Are you just gonna hang around here and make my life difficult, buddy? Because you're not playing the game.
Are you a bad enough dude to rescue the president?
And he goes for it.
That is an actual quote in a video game.
Yes, I remember that.
Somebody's sure of himself.
The president has been kidnapped by ninjas. That is such a dumb premise.
Nice full house you got there, buddy. That was alright.
I'm like, depending on who's running as president by this point in time, I'm not sure if I'm a bad enough dude to rescue the president.
Let's see, I'm rolling on a high card here.
Not today, gentlemen.
I go all in.
And the flop. This'll be the turn. Here comes the river.
Well played.
You know, Frieza has tried working the Dragon Balls, but he's having trouble
working the shaft.
Having trouble trying to get them to do what he wants. They then suggest, has he tried working the shaft? Because, hey, if the balls don't work, you could always just work the shaft.
Yep, I called.
I'll raise.
I call.
Fold.
Fold.
You know, and Nick Rekieta thought the Ronversations would finally be over.
They never end.
Because he never stops talking.
I want off Mr. Bones' wild ride.
What is that a reference to?
Some game. I don't remember.
No, you gotta say it like the sheepdog.
Some game? I don't remember. I don't recall. I do not recall. He certainly doesn't fucking recall.
And then there was that one remix on YouTube about
I do
how
not
the sheep.
recall.
I'm like, oh my god, he would definitely be caught doing this.
Well, I've lost $2 grand on this, but I'm not gonna stop.
I'm up.
Because...
Okay, seriously. Enumamon, I am stuck in friggin' circles.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna stop because I have an unlimited supply of money. No, I am not Tony Stark.
Oh, I'm guessing I need to actually encounter the Digimon and then...
Call?
Raise.
And then acquire it from their corpses. One problem. I run around this whole thing and I barely encountered any.
Fold.
Any what?
Any of the Digimon that this piece of poop is talking about.
Here's the flop.
I've encountered more of this asshole than an Inisiaco-mon.
Raise.
Making trouble.
So that's, okay. Call.
Up to something.
Oh my god. Why do you do this to me, game?
I'm gonna raise.
Damn.
Phew!
You're not in the game, buddy. Why do you care?
I'll see that.
Because he's concerned
raise.
for you, don't you know? He wants to know how his good buddy is doing.
Call.
Oh, now I encounter
Okay.
more of you.
Okay. The river. All in here.
Sorry. Did I acquire enough now?
Yeah. You got us.
Screw you. Ugh. He needs 8 of these items.
I'll raise.
I'm out.
I'm only halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there.
Thanks.
Not a chance.
Call.
I just wish fetch quests as type things where you have to
Check.
like go around and beat up a certain number of these types of Digimon would just die. Like die in a fire.
Yeah, I check.
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 Let's see.
Yeah. Check.
I check.
I'll check.
So now I finally have Wargreymon, which is good because I need a vaccine type that can do some actual damage.
Have to check.
I'll check.
I check.
Oh goody, guinea pigs.
Lucky.
Terra Force. Boosh.
Thank you.
Only 2 more of these things to go, and then I can kiss this case goodbye.
Ooh, I got a pair right off the hand.
Call.
Yeah. Raise? Not with these fucking cards.
I'll call.
Call.
I call.
Call. Check. Call. I'll raise. Yeah, raising.
That's everything.
Not gonna salvage this one. Last one.
Hey,
Okay.
maybe fold a few, give the rest of us a chance.
Guy had 2 pair and I had 3 of a kind.
I swear it's like at first this game, when the game kind of has like the boring bits in there, it's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of slow, but later on it does get later on it can get pretty exciting.
I'll see that. And raise.
And I got 420. 420 chips.
I'll call.
Dude.
Yep, I call. And what have we got?
And then there was once a time. I'm wearing Emperor Joker. Darkseid tries to assemble a little group of some of the most powerful characters in the DC universe, and he realizes that he was too late to assemble them because they've all turned into characters from a Bud Light commercial.
The turn.
What's up? What's up? Yo, where's the sod? And then Darkseid just gives in. He's like, what? Watching the game, having a suds? Emperor Joker was weird.
Ah, I have 2 pair now.
You know who else had 2 pair?
Check.
Who?
Josuke from Part 8 of JoJo.
Gotta check.
Okay.
Take a guess what 2 pair I'm referring to.
Okay, I need to wake up.
I have no idea, considering I've never read or watched JoJo's.
Part 8's Josuke had 2 pairs of testicles.
Why?
Do I look like Hirohiko Araki?
I don't know. I've never seen a picture of either of you.
Ooh, yeah. Great Tornado is the reason why I'm keeping War Greymon for a while.
Check.
And the flop?
There's a pair, but that's a pair in the flop. So let's see.
Check.
I'll check it.
Check.
And I think there was once a point in JoJo Part 3 where Mariah ended up using her magnetism
That wasn't a hand, it was a stump.
To basically cause Joseph and Avdol all to become closer than ever, and also due to some nuts and bolts inside that she stuffed inside of her bra, she made it look like her breasts were getting larger.
What the fuck?
I call.
Here's the river.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna end things off here because this has been going on long enough and not much has happened. So, I'll talk to you later, bud.
See you later, man. Finish
check.
up this poker game and turn in for the night, I think.
Right?
Okay.
I'll see you later, or Alex.
See you later, man.
Okay, don't strain yourself.
Shut the fuck up.
I'll call.
Really? Can't win them all.
Thanks. Huh. I call.
Call. I call.
Call?
I have nothing that really works here.
Yeah. Check.
To you?
I call.
But I do have an ace.
Not gonna salvage this one.
Fold.
The next card? I'll fold.
Stakes have gone up.
Have they? Really? I got a 4 and a jack.
Okay, I call.
Might not be anything, but I could probably
call.
turn it into something.
All right, check.
Here's the flop.
3, 4, 5. 2, 6, and 7.
Call.
Yeah, that'll probably turn out pretty good if I
Call.
do that. Oh,
Call.
wait, no. Whatever. It's not real money anyways.
I call. And he's in.
Nope.
Could I get a straight out of that? That'd be an inside straight on a number of ways.
I fold.
Call.
That's what I like to see.
You're not playing. Shut up. Ah, yeah, I would have gotten an inside straight, though.
Right.
Okay. We got a rounder over here.
Let's see here. Yeah, I probably would have won that if I'd stuck in, but I didn't want to risk it. Of course, I don't really know whether or not the straight qualifies, but who knows.
Thank you.
I call?
Call it.
I'll check.
And the flop.
That's a pair. Not bad.
I'll call.
Fold.
Nope.
All
Two
in.
pair, yeah, might as well. Ooh, three pair. Oh, it's just two pair apparently, but it's a higher two pair. Hey. Okay, so I'm gonna try and get at least $1,000 before I bow out.
I'm up.
Jack and a 4.
So that's, okay. Call.
Huh. I call.
Okay, I call.
Here's the flop.
Still rolling on high card here. That's not gonna help me much.
Check.
Jackass to the right of me
I
is
check.
probably gonna
Check.
raise, but
I check.
yeah, what I tell you.
Fold.
See, that was a pair.
I'm up.
Queen's the high card, and that might do something.
I'll sit this one out.
Check.
Here's the flop.
Ooh, two pair.
I check.
I better check. Here's the turn. Is this deck rigged? Thanks. Not with these fucking cards. Why are we waiting? Guess I got a raise? Make a move, guy. Seriously.
You didn't even
I'll call.
give me any time to do or say anything.
Let's see them. Ha! Nice.
Pair of jacks out there. Doesn't really help me in here, but I do have an ace. So...
I'll check.
Check.
And the turn.
Check.
Gotta check.
Now for the river.
Ooh, 2 pair. Wait, the cards are in the wrong positions. Getting folded from the guy who's still
Jeez,
playing.
Guys.
Right.
Eight, 9. That's pretty good. I think.
Call?
I'll check.
Here's the flop.
5, 6, and a 2. Still rolling on high card. That wouldn't be a flush yet, but I wouldn't say it's too bad.
Raise.
That'd be half of what I got.
I'm out.
Yep, I call.
Here's the turn.
Huh. Good. I'll stay in. All right.
Last one.
Yeah, there was no way I was winning that, I don't think.
Check.
Interesting.
All in.
He's up to something.
Wait a second, I can still hack into shit while I'm here?
Good hand.
Huh. I didn't know that I could do that. Find out something new every day, I guess.
I guess I'm dealing.
Huh.
Huh.
Raise.
That's cool. I didn't know I could do that.
Call.
Fold.
I got a pair of aces, that's good.
Check.
Check.
Here's the turn.
Check. This time.
Check.
Here's the river.
Yeah, two pair now. That's good.
Check.
Doing alright. Doing
I'll check.
alright. Doing alright.
Well played.
All right.
Nope.
I check.
And the flop.
One pair. Not particularly good.
I check.
Checking.
Fourth.
I'll check. Huh. I call.
He could have as much as two pair in that, but I don't know that for a fact. He could have nothing. I have a high card higher than his.
Check. I call.
Okay, I need to wake up.
Eh. After this,
Okay,
I think
the stakes have changed.
I'm probably gonna have to stop.
I call.
I'll see that. And raise.
I go all in.
I call. Gotta check. I gotta fold. Where'd this guy come from?
Nah.
That's it for me.
Stand up, citizens. Fight to maintain
Come on,
your
need another
privacy.
player to get a good game
Fight to
going
keep
here.
your city out of the hands of terrorists. Heed our warning, Mayor Rushmore. Restore the city to a demilitarized zone.
They did hide under here, but I wonder if they'll let me play poker with them again. Okay, it's not available. Oh, that sucks, but, you know. I wanted to see what would happen if I shot that thing. Yeah, CTOS alert, might as well, I guess. Hey guys, hope you don't mind, I'm stealing one of y'all's cars.
I'm gonna stop this guy. I need to pick him out fast.
Hey, I got a message for you. Come on.
911, please state your emergency.
Jesus, send the police! Hurry, some guy's shooting!
Can you hear me?
Kill it,
I need you to stay on the line.
por favor.
Well, that sucked. I thought I hit it right there, but apparently not. Hoping to end with a bang, instead it just kind of ended. And I'll see you guys later.